Okay. The last of the first game's chapters. Which is the adventure of the unspeakable story, which I think involves the Hound of the Baskervilles.
ホームズの鋭い声が濃い霧の壁の向こうから聞こえてきた。私は霧のまとわりつく拳銃の撃鉄を起こして息を潜めて待った。永遠とも思える静寂、そしてその瞬間は突然訪れた。霧の中から見たこともない巨大な獣が私の目の前に踊り出たのだ。それは確かに犬だった。しかし明らかに尋常ではなかった。目はこうこうと燃え上がり、猛牛ほどもある体躯に獰猛な青白い炎をまとっている。血を這うような息遣いとうなり声、私はあまりの恐怖に震え上がった。見たまえワトソン、ホームズは魔獣を見据えて言い放った。こいつこそバスカビル家に代々語り継がれる伝説の魔剣なのだ。
Earth's 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience, we were first thrown onto the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. It was hardly surprising, of course. I was nothing more than an amateur, not no student of law from a faraway land. Life in our little office was very quiet. That is, till it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Did you get my telegram? That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Nato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Nato-san? Yes! Time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said that she would make us breakfast this morning. Go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? Once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in the fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. So, what was it about the telegram that was delivered this morning? I mean... Oh, a telegram? Don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Ahem. Just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she tried and failed to convince me that it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or just be a few days away. A fortnight, oh my god, fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering what might have become of Soseki-san if he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, in regards to Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. The Reaper! What is it they say? That no one who stands at the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? The way the nightmare's trial ended, that very day we arrived in London. 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Seki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably, that means the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? And if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, that means he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Wine! Really not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since the Seki-san trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service, it seems. I gotta go get some drinks. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Waterburger! Really? It's like before, when he wasn't seen in court for several years. Like me, who's been face to face, who had to face him in this recent spate of trials, and then just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Morning, Runo. Morning, Susie. What the fuck is playing? Iris? What is it? What's that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Well, he's in his best morning, it seems. Hello. Hello, Mr. Dolmes. Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. Something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable in the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music's dead. The world, dead. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Dry toast and insipid coffee for me. Not too much trouble. Ew. Oh, kitty! Oh. Cat, 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 cat. Oh, look, it's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. Kitty! Oh my god. Must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get here? Kitty! Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Brock. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Brock. I want to die. I do want to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. I need to screenshot that. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even, to the night I've endeavored, to no avail. The sound, my tone is lost. The brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry. I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Oh, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin for me, what's left for pity's sake? What's left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Hold on, I gotta take a screenshot. Sherlock Holmes in Wanting to Fucking Die. Okay. Save that for later. Public. I don't have my screenshot shit from like my other computer, so I gotta like do it the old-fashioned way. God damn it. I'm sure this will be a gap in this very long chapter. Your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Holmes, they pale into significance when compared to yours. Struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? In Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now. Ah, I'm being attacked! Not a windy bank? No, Windbanks, the prawn brokery. We pawned it off. Hello. I have not had any food beforehand. You mean you pawned the enormous machine of yours? And of some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. And a very important machine for your work. I wish you consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. Why, are you gonna lend him your zero money that you have, Susato? Should have gladly passed with what little income I have to you. Here, madam. Things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker is your wonderful machine. How could it be anything but desperate? Yeah, Susato would have lent you like $20. That would have helped, right? Making use of a pawnbroker is quite unordinary here in London, I assure you. His doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? What do you mean when you said we didn't understand how pawnbroking works? For the people of London, pawnbrokeries are more akin to banks. Banks? That's stupid. I mean, what? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they're able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things and the money they've earned. I had no idea. It's been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people who are poor. I mean, people in inner London. Should they have money to spare, they should purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn. Should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. Whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see? A pawnbrokery could be the thought of extremely secure vault. Would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain. Of course, you'd have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't, like his eyeballs. I have pawned my eyeballs twice, and I've gotten them back. Doesn't matter. The world's dead to me now. Same. Dead to me. You. Mr. Natsume's cat has been settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. Waggy. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. As such, a cat. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are empty as the heart of the muses. Hey, I take offense to that. Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan. Wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. The pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not to be obeyed. Well, I don't mind. His Waggy's adorable. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Yes, he is a cat. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed! You're observant. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. The cut a hole in the door thing. Door cutter door. I call it the cat flap-a-mat. A machine for making doors for cats? Absurd! That's right. It can make a cat flap door hole floor for the door cat furry cat waggy in seconds. Good line read. And it can do in any door at all, no matter if it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. If you use it on a human, it makes a cat door in their chest. Don't ask how that happened. Nope. Been quicker to just make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap. Well, yes, maybe, but now I make cat flaps anywhere I like on the floor and your face. Oh, I think it's wonderful. Brr. We must make one in the door for our office upstairs, Iris. She knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. He. Ah, kitty. Oh, what was that? Probably the cat. Meow. Wagga-hi. Cat sounds. What the fuck was that? Oh no! Wagga-hi is tangled up in your violin. What? I think he thinks it's a How? How? What's he doing to it? He's fucking the violin! Someone stop him! Oh no, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? I heard that violins attract pussy, but this is not what I had in mind. What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat's a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Sholmes wants to kill himself, doesn't he? Do it. No, okay. Well, anyway, I put it back where it lives. Shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible, or maybe we should assess the damage. This is violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio What's-His-Face. Oh, I see. I played Fallout 3, yes. It doesn't look like anything special to me. I happened to pawn it, covered in dust, languished in the pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. Honorable of you. Till today, it's been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I've ever made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? Tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. Mr. Sholmes. What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. I'm gonna kill myself. No. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes. The tone of the wood is completely different. That's not all. I'm sure there was no crack before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Is there a murder that's gonna happen? I'm terribly sorry to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what the fuck is it? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? 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 Oh, Mr. Sholmes, I killed him. You're right. You're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. Oh, what? Pray is the piece of strangled flotsam. Not your faithful performing partner, then. I see what must have happened. The cat. The cat knows how to play violin. This is just a simple mix-up. It's like Iris might be able to tell exactly what happened if we ask her. What do you want? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Can I get out of the fucking room with the precocious child? Was it Windibanks until last week? At the pawnbrokers? I'm sorry, I'm very sick. I'm only getting over a cold. Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved music partner. There's a problem from the east, from which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always be it that a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. You sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers and hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. It's not sentient. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. It appears Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with a tawdry fiddle instead. My ears shan't not be deceived by this hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact it just had strings. Ta! A fine state of affairs it is. Why, I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They'll try to fiddle you every time. I'm sure there's a stereotype that I don't want to talk about. All right. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Was that a lie? Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Hurry. You toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. You're not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency in which we are faced. Precisely. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs ever more obtusely. All right, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thanks, Iris. Wow, you're so smart and a child. As I was rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. Let's fucking leave. Okay. This is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there's all sorts of tools and contraptions here that I've never laid eyes on before. Asasato-san, that spark of wonder in your eyes. Can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? Or should you enjoy places like this? Yes, I don't know why.
Hey, settle down. Take it easy. What the scout?
I'm Rick Harrison, and this.
Oh my God!
I work here with my old man.
No. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You're calling on matters of business, not pleasure. I'm gonna punch this girl. Hiya! Maybe Mr. Sholmes means business too, not judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Mr. Sholmes, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo. It's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come! The fight is afoot. A leg. A thigh. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. I'm Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. No, no, the second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. Wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. Only one way to make amends. What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No! No! I shall have to take my own life! Fucking do it, pussy. No. I don't think that will be necessary. Calm down. Calm down. I'm about to say one thing before I pop off in a drop top. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon itself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly with at my own door for allowing you to leave. Do not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. Oh my god, don't, no. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Actually, I kind of want to see you do it. No. Oh man, I'm such a fucking pussy. Oh. Whew. It appears that the fight is over. Does he do that with every customer? I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently, my questionable disposition has participated in this tragedy. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. You tried to kill yourself. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items that you've brought through my door in the past. Your guitar, your violin, your sex toy. Oh, no, don't tell them about that. Oh, peculiar item. In the extreme, ma'am, we're talking like a drill dough. It's like a dildo that you attach to a drill. The unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work? Novels of Herlock Sholmes and some such? Oh my, a new full-fledged novel. And unpublished? The story I've yet to read, you mean? I will die. I'm gonna kill myself. Wait! Before you die. Give me that book. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Susato-san's really fired up now. He's about to be fired up too in another context. What the fuck? Well, one day the gentleman here brought an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. And whatever you do, don't kill yourself. For a chest like that. 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm not calling him Sherlock Holmes. I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do. I am confident it'll be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this. I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. I will fucking kill myself right now. No, it's all very strange. I hope this guy doesn't show up in a fucking trial. I swear to God. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, gentleman from the east, I see. I can tell by your Asian man eyes. And yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, man. 5 guineas! Look at these little hamsters. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? I don't know how much that is. Oh, interesting. I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokers are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan of 2 months of secure storage. And if in that time, they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Well, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. The items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. Do you never sell items before the 2 months have passed, then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerate responsibility rests on my shoulders. But a customer's precious belongings be lost. The only recompense for me is to fucking kill myself. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. As the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I've already accepted you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. What sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in this shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbank? What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. You can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. Every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity of the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with an ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were only taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed. As you say, my dear madam. And what if the incident were to occur in between times? One can only say, that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress as of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. You're not anything but distressing. Reassuring's the word. The cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, no. My dear fellows, we're on the verge of an age where safety and security comes at a price. Oh, heaven help us! I'm so sweaty. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Hot damn! Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. Perhaps this might mark the end of a peculiar items that you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, I will fucking kill myself. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank. Don't fucking kill yourself now. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, what the fuck was that? Now we can explore it last. Look at this. Look at this lovely big shiny box bee. That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you must have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Wait, Sublime! Out of practice at the rear, I ain't got no crystal ball. Like the music of angels. I ain't got $1 million, but I spend it all. Never heard anything like it before in my life. I'm gonna fucking kill that Sancho guy. And particular specimens of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside, which notes are to be played or recorded. By replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness. A simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Look at this phonograph. Every time I look, it's an old record machine. High technology advanced at such an overwhelming pace. You can totally fuck robots now. Oh. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank has nothing else very particular about his recording items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself in all sorts of trouble. I'm trying to explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This gun he wants to use to kill himself. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. Huh? I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. He's fat. Oh, you don't mean he'd... Yeah, that's right. He'd fucking kill himself. Indeed. In recompense for his blood. I don't like this, where this is going. Oh my. But in any case, of course we never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? I don't like where this is going. I know. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, watches. Almost anything you care to imagine, as long as it's those 4 things. Those are forfeited items, offered to sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you are a pawn, or called colloquially, pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now that you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform never embodies my student spirit. What do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? Seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you're looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope. Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I could be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I have a look. Before you do, there's something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm gonna try it. Ah! Mr. Naruto, you must see at once. Alright then. I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? I don't believe it. This is a photographic print, but it seems like you can reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? It's almost like we're on a Nintendo 3DS. The stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. It is often found in the little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. I'll save this lesson for another day. Oh. Three globes of gold. That's some sort of charm? Jimmy, have you not seen the sign before? No, never. The 3 golden balls are in Great Britain at least, are the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. Balls. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. I not imagine your ignorance was so profound. Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls, then? Does it have some sort of special meaning? It means these nuts! Whoa! Why do I have 3 of them? It is certainly unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant, even. You mean you don't know? Not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date, and then put a gun in my mouth to see if I can live another day. And then I pull the trigger, and then I realize that I have to live another godforsaken day on this goddamn planet. Perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. Who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you may say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Ooh, succulents. He has succulents. Is there anything that I haven't looked at? Let's leave. To Baker Street. You know, these different things in the window of the shop. Ah, that's Winterbank's, the pawnbrokery that we were just in. Looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. Reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here about Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know! Actually be sharing accommodations with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself in the court of law now, I'll have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. There's a big little door hidden behind that curtain there. It leads to the storage room, where Mr. Winterbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. Nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's something I need to do, or I tend to do. Not but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot. He slides under his pillow. How on the earth would you know about that, Mr. Holmes? I am a detective, sir. It's my business to know what others do not. I'm frequently assailed by information I neither care about nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery's ever burgled. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch here, look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing! What a spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. Ah, what are you two doing? What, us? Nothing? No, nothing at all. Whatever this suffices, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. Feels though we've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article's only barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. An argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a pop of butchers at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. The girl. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilda's trial 2 months ago. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. Commonly called a pickpocket. I have a gun. Bang! Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Mr. Strad. I've seen you've been doing well. Eh? What? Well, you remember them again, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. Oh, what you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel, sorry, coat, have ya? About the black uniform that makes everyone comment on it. Ah, good day. Unless I'm mistaken. You would be very young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Holmes. Oh, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Let me see that article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibank on your behalf. Hold the other one! I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. None of my business. Go on, I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Mr. Strad. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Man, he faded out like the PS2 boot-up screen. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? What kind of metal disc? And you! Go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade. Mr. Strad. Just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Tadasan can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably didn't even belong to her. Only got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy face. Or your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. Going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright then, I'm gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how to best answer that, really. Sometimes. You're not gonna deny it either, Miss Lestrade. Not this time, alright, I swear. That thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank's holding. So we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Mr. Strahd brought in? There's 100 tiny little bumps in its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see. For use inside a music box. In a music box? What? You think you don't know what a music box is? You Eastern lot aren't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of those discs before. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune that is played by the music box. You simply insert the disc, let the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us what tune is on this disc. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. So many different types of music box you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies! He told me he did! He said it was well. He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Ah! He's been in here before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see. Some dubious article of some other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. Oh, something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Storage ticket. So, Mrs. Strahd actually came to redeem an article from me today. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs stolen. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. She gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest. I was obliged to return the article to her. What was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, doesn't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? What does that come into all this? Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn, if the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Mrs. Strahd brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. With this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, I understood. That's right, yes. Rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, he went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? But you know it's rude to stare at a lady. Ah, I see. It came from the pocket of the overcoat, didn't it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. She immediately tried to pawn it. At a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like everyone else would. Miss Lestrade, they ask you who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. Doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Ooh, Top Hat Man. Oh my god, it's a Zappelli. Yeah, get down. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. Eh? And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I'm done talking with him yet. I ain't done talking with him yet. You think you're such a gent. Why don't you why don't you should know how to wait in line. Well, aren't you an imprudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker! Oh, yeah, yes, sir. I believe this is a filthy pickpocket. This filthy pocket thief has redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my! Now that's a lie! What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it! You just can't! It's me old man's! Or was. Now it's mine! Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, what the gentleman is saying? What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't ever laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago I was walking along the street minding my own business. When this little gutterling ran into me, I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on! What's everyone thinks it's me? Just look at that dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one. I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's the evidence that I stole something, eh? Come on, let's hear it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? You what? Evidence? Oh. Je ne sais quoi. Evidence that article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman? Of course. We only need to consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes! Brilliant! I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' names. That's strict policy of mine. Why the fuck would you do that? Why? Why? But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. Then how can you know an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir. Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's pussy. Professor! Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. The watchword? Interesting. Have you tried password? So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, you fucking idiot, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. For some reason. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Wasn't exactly subtle glance at Mr. Holmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock the vault. 1, 1, 1. The date of a deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, when I give the storage ticket to the customer, someone asks to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return your article. That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. With a watchword of pussy. I thought it was professor. Yeah, okay. But ow! Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Atman. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, but perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard of that Japan place. Why are you doing that? Inhabitants live on some fiery, brown-colored soup, dressed in some exotic spices. Might be thinking of somewhere else. What's that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikitoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict Cumberbatch. Wait, Eggert Benedict Cumberbatch. Enchante. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now to the matter of hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa! My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with style to carry it off. Ew, every move he makes. Every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him. Police sting. So let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Oh, such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. Why I hate grown-ups? Just cause I'm a diver. Everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat's pockets, if you please, broker. Yeah, sure, here's the disc. Okay. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another, that is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh, well, oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I'm completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Bezue, I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? Get out of my coat. Ooh, you're tickling me. Ooh. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. There's all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on one of them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. But you're not having it. Or you. You take it. Me? If I ain't gonna do it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? We don't even have a court case yet. I don't know why the fuck it's evidence. You there in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? Wow, Miss Lestrade's really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Ba ba ba, big bong. What do they want me to do? Look at that, Mr. Winneback watching diligently over his shop. There's so many things I'm curious about. I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. Solving this fraught situation must be our first priority. I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in this shop. Hey, you! Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? Enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Oh. You found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, or the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of the Fellowship of the Ring. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. Feigning mock interest, I pretend to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair now, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? I've gone to bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You were sad, weren't you? I was very sad! Poor Mr. Holmes. I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again? My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his schizophrenic attacks. I mean, flash of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and this mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Fuck it, I don't care. Well, Miss Lestrade, it appears you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Ow. Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Right away. Not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Stop JoJo posing at me, Mr. Eggert Benedict. You have in my eyes a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with the intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you my deductions? How? He's turned white as a hard-boiled egg. Haha, egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Who you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. This is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? Time has come for thing! Thing. The great thing. The game is feet. First of all, we must ask ourselves, on what business have you ventured into this pawnbrokery today? You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need for such employ. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly touch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What other rot? I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which you speak, of course. The missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane should be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows that it's gone. Because I'm looking at it. Therefore, the only one conclusion. The rod you have in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact a talking cane. Ooh. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of your next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Ooh, boner, haha. Yes, the reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. The moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused, as was I. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, I said, this was no walking cane. No, that rod. Is a shovel! What the fuck are you talking about? And now, having determined that this is a shovel, the conclusion is here. Your true motive to coming here was to make employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. Dig a hole, dig a hole, dig. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Yep, that's what I thought. Yep. Now, Mr. Benedict Cumberbatch, let us continue. Why were you cast in BBC's Sherlock? If you ain't nothing but a hound dog... Okay. You must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in this planning. This is utterly absurd. You ain't nothing but a... It's that I, a mental gin, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I can expect to find there? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Nay, for such a fanciful theory. What possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you're only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is telling me more than I could have hoped. What? Let's consider what you motivate a man to infiltrate such a shop as this. And covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, it means the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another. One runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This matters has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, to gain access to the waterway. It fell very close proximity to the Great Vault of the financial institution opposite. In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan! Well, I did a spin. Brings the last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer's no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us what we need to know. A postcard for the great exhibition. I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the great exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Ones that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you've been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of the bank. The special reserve funds for the great exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so please keep it under your hat, please. Why are you always wrong? Thus concludes my great deduction, the pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Holmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. An impressively upbeat for a deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true that you said about the bank over the road and that it has a vault? Indeed. A few know of its existence. It's one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. But he just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict come to find out about it? I mean, but one explanation for that. Clearly, it's because the man is a criminal. What if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said. Buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't. Maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh, my life! I assure you I'm not that unscrupulous. Well. Hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. Once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps you'll think twice in confiding in your next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. You know what to do, I'm sure. Yes. Let's do the thing. Mr. Holmes, you're fucking stupid. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor? Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers and gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? And what did bring Mr. Benedict here from this particular point in time? Hat. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. The top hat's whiter than white. Only an English gentleman would hope to carry off something so bright. But it looks so incongruous with the black overcoat, don't you think? It's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. How about it, Mr. Naruhodo? I think you look very fetching in a white top hat. Well, I don't know. I feel like... Is there anything else I can click? Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. There's even a sketch of her and her big giant hat. Oh, if he showed it to her, he'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. Look, the details of his shop have been written down here too. Winnipegg's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline, 15th April. Which is today's date. It's October. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? This is a piece of paper. Piece of paper. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place? Is info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that you're not trying to tunnel through the floor. And that the writing is on the sketch of the reverse of the flyer. Pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade. And to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. Ah. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. That, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. Is information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, which I mean... Here. The Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you've written down to arrive. Humph. You've gone to some lengths to hide your reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an inconvertible contradiction. What the fuck? What's a ferrule? The metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, the bit that makes the clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Holmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about that cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we not know. Ba-dum, bim, ba-dum, bum. Is it the initials? Look here, Mrs. Sato. This cane's actually a hexagon. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letter of their names. Sherlock Holmes will be HS, you mean? No, it's Sherlock Holmes. That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG. That's the name of a bank. I feel that's not quite right. You're not a AG, you're an egg. Could I? Contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute officer ever. Eggs. Did you have a stroke? I do believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Ebb. And that's not an ebb. That's an ag. My initials would be JW. Incontrovertible contradiction indeed. Incontrovertible contradict. Okay. Would you not agree? No, you're not. You're wrong. This cane isn't. You said before that you had the cane for years. What if his voice acting is like no acting at all? Don't try to tell us that you borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? I. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of your next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind the rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Except that's fucking wrong. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Mr. Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. Now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. You know that he actually identified Mr. Lestrade from a written description. We suggest that everything he's told us is untrue. What we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. I think he tore it. Yeah, he did. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Ah. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. And you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ah. This catalog of untruths have all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. Ah. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime for that you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggested that I, a gentleman, designed to wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Oh ha, hua. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I have possibly have known the relevant details? Ne sais pas. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your photographs is more telling me than I have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter. Wait, no. Hey, that's wrong. Yes, no more talk to tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Winnebank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Winnebank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. The question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Look at his desk. Looking at the desk. Look at this, Mrs. Sato. Appears to be a memo that Mr. Winnebank scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, it says scribble scribble. Mr. Winnebank must make a note of watchwords his customers give them right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Gun! This is Mr. Winnebank's gun. Yes, loaded with only one bullet, he said, so that he could fucking kill himself like he said earlier. Hear that one thing being a pawnbroker's very life or death profession. It might be his particular establishment. Method is revealed by the notelet on the counter, to which your eyes have inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here allows for the same procedure when a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less from a diligent pawnbroker. But this diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It's increasingly apparent that you were present in this stop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Winnebank. Then, when the diligent broker made note of the watchword, as is common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan. Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets. Which, according to Mr. Windibank, isn't even worth a penny. Yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we, really? I better have a thorough look at all the evidence we've collected so far. One. I have so many evidence. Oh my god. What do I do? There's a lot of fucking evidence, man. I don't know. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck to the reverse side of this disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. Looks like somebody's name. If you can't read cursive, you're fucked. Oh, never mind. Mr. McGilden, it couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. Name I shall never forget as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? I looked through my one evidence, and I've come to a conclusion. You see, this music box tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, from Mr. McGilden. Mr. Magnus McGilden. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. Prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a certain lack of scruples. Oh, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilden was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. The conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today... Retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilden. Wow, we did it. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilden. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mrs. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, the day was the final day which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today's the April 15th, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yeah, the one who died in a fire. Precisely day was the omnibus murder took place. At 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It'd be a terrible shame for you to return your native land in a box. Ah, what do I do? No. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may be one of those things. And again, it may not. Mr. Winterbank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I will fucking kill myself. Mr. Winterbank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson! The Mustache Brigade is here! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. We got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? What's all this, then? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from fucking killing myself in my own establishment for the 7th time today. It would seem that you have the upper hand. Right, you got a lot of explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some pretty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Winterbank very nearly met with his end because he wanted to fucking kill himself, of course. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain would have met with its end. I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? No detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter. It's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. I got some fish and chips for you. But of course, Inspector. He weed away! Someone stop him! He did a spin! Get after him, lads! Where should I be, officer, too? There! He weed! Stop him! I'm sorry, but I can't stop such a gay spin like that. It's just too powerful. Been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here lately. We fitted emergency buttons underneath the counter for brokers to know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yeah, sure. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? As police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, there's no choice but to capitulate. That man pirouetted away with such furiosity that there's no way we could catch him. It's all yours, Inspector. I didn't think he would weed like that. So we handed Mr. McGilda's desk over to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street like a bunch of bags of shit. Alright, that was part 1 of 8. So, here we go. Every time I see Baker Street, I keep thinking of that one song. See, this is why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies, and they take stuff away from you. Oh, really, Mr. Strad? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it. After I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarper. Always pays off giving people look like you ate them. I can't help feeling like it's gonna get you into serious trouble one day. What I really learned was that nice shiny disc mind. Music box disc? Mr. Winnebank said it's practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winnebanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winnebank. That disc mine! I had the ticket for this coat. It was in the coat's pocket. There should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too. Whatever it is. And she's really pushing her luck. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop! Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? I would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. We also have a cat. Meow. Note, oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? She Naruto ran away. No. He's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering. Perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Over to my house. Very well then. In full informed Iris to set our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I would be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. Whee! Look at all those different colored hats. Ah, that's Winnebanks. The pond broke. Oh my god. Yeah, we were there for like 2 hours. Okay. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Ah, Zuba, I'm here. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time. It's time to duel. I'm gonna break out my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. I'll shoot you. Oh dear, it's just as awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that sounds like fun. Yeah. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? They always been like that ever since he got back. Hello? Mr. Holmes? I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. See, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here, and Sherlock Holmes is a complete man-child. I wonder where real parents are. What's the matter? You ever have such a funny look on your face? Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How'd you... Oh, I can read you like a book. Girl sucks, I hate her. Don't worry, you can ask me anything, AMA. Don't mind. Can I go now? Oh, by Jenny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from Mr. McGilda case 2 months ago, right? Yes! Who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends! Ooh, hearts. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. Because I'm gonna fucking kill her. And I chase her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. It's green, grink. It's green plus pink. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. And he wants me to make a whole rainbow. Purple plus orange. Orange plorange. You've let Mr. Strahd keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley's always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Or Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. And I hope, I just hope she actually does come over to my house. God damn it. I hit the wrong button. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. I was kind of hoping you're not like some kind of child bride or something. My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore because they're dead. Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go far away land because one of his cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. You said he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. He didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes. Well, he did have a partner whom he tackled with his most taxing cases. Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? Mr. Holmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. That was because I only made me want to look even more, so I opened it. I found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked him, who wrote these? And he nearly shit himself. But then he told me, that's when I found out that the author of these accounts was my father. Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock. When Hurley told me that he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young age. Hurley says it wasn't because it wouldn't been able to hide it from me. Oh. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say his ways have rubbed up on me, and now I'm an insufferable jackass. These are some things I could just see. Actually, lies. I almost always know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I assume Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, he's hopeless. I'm just a plagiarist. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing as usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. And the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You could say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. Learned from his diary that he's a doctor of medicine. You see. That's what prompted me to study and 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 study. And it's a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh wait, that's right, I killed Watson. That's right, a visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life because of a poisoned tooth. A poison that entered his tooth hole. Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Maybe did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are ya? Have we been through you most of the day? Goodness, really? I think he has, like, severe ADHD. Or a drug habit, or both. Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? Huh? My violin? Whatever you were talking about, dear madam. Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. Cool, wow. No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilden's disc. Oh my, you committed a theft. What's it doing here? Hey. You know what times, Mr. Naruhodo? I think, though, I have an undeniable turn for detection. Maybe I'll be even more adept at larceny. Ooh, he stole them. Ooh. Go-to lawyer if we ever get caught. Better call Saul. The theme starts intensifying. Well, Susie's has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all medicine crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened. I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry one of these. That's a bar of caramel, Dr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc, and then I smeared chocolate all over his fucking face. I'll be taking whatever is in McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. Oh, hand it over. Where? For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing, what? The dick, and all its minuscule protrusions. Disc, I meant disc. Made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel's quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Incredibly soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting, as a result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of dicks on this person frequently proved very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press that its unique form is duplicated. Can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to recreate this. I confess I was most curious to know what the manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Well, tell us, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Rudo? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. All protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. There's also something in it called a governor, and that controls the speed at which it rotates, but that's not going to be brought up here, I bet. First music boxes were invented to be a rotating cylinder with protuberances to it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as well. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, especially when no performer is present. Very success of the invention. That means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm's music box does not match that of another. We have no idea of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. No resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. See, that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in some of the few music boxes I have at my disposal. They didn't fit. Lil Jon! Eastside Boys! Yeah! What? Yeah! Okay! We crunk in this house! Biatch! I can't hear you! I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Agnes McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. To the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. Omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we were successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. Still have no idea what happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Bang bang. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. There hasn't been a fucking murder yet, by the way. Nope, not a single one. We do not have a defendant. We do not have a victim. We are not in court. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? This will be a lesson for you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes. You may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my stone storeroom, were his words, I believe. muttered between him threatening to kill himself. Like, seriously, if you go back, he did it like 7 fucking times. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storm room. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. But the pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up. How's my... Certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to... Oh. How long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I would love to read it. Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hounds of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's... because Misato's such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. Bruno, the Hound of the Baskervilles never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why I said he'd keep it safe. It was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. That's why the manuscript is at Windibank's? Yet how could Susie know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Holmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Distracted. Hello, Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, she Naruto ran again. Oh, we're caught her by an arm. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, I just wait here, Jenny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Gun! Susie, let's go! Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Mrs. Strad. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then. Ah! Ah! Meow! Cat! I prepared us all a meal that had more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violinist performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. It was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. I feel as though I could still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. I learned how to rob. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something? I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. It'll arrive first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. 35 mana cost. I cast fire on all enemies within a 35-meter radius. The telegram was from Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Lord Chief Justice, when? Tomorrow morning. What? We have to start preparing at once. Oh no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel really uneasy. Knock, knock. I'm coming in. Whoop! Good evening, friends! Iris, hello again. And the girl who steals things from me. I hope that she doesn't steal anything while she's in here. And Gina, too. Yes, Jenny's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Jenny? I don't fucking care. How lovely. I'll make a pot of tea. Brr. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, but what in particular? Stealing! I like stealing! I like taking things that don't belong to me! We had fun trying them out on each other, really? Didn't we? I love theft! I think I awakened a natural talent. I can earn a living from stealing. Stealing's good. What brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Theft! I'm gonna steal your wallet. I came to return this. Wait, what? That's by mine. However, did you... I told you, didn't I? Stealing. My browser crashed. Ah, shit. Not really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Oh, and good night.
Me when, stealing, theft. I like pilfering. I'm a sneaky poacher. I like taking things that do not belong to me.
It's your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? And she's with a lawyer. One lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. So is Iris here. Still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose he probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what's all this then, really, but... It's a story you made up, isn't it, Iris? The mental script or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy? That's right. My dad's dead. That's right. My daddy was Hurley's assistant once, and then he died. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Daddy and Scarlet, blah, 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 blah. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. He wrote them on both his Kung Fu Panda 2 DVDs. Oh, fuck my throat. I'm writing stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? Oh, he's dead. He had to dead. I never really met him. Oh, right. Trying to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her? Iris, this Hound of the Baskerville story. I think it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I've written it and showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned white as a sheet. Whiter than he normally is. And the first time I ever seen him like that. Pains me to say this after you've toiled over it so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, but now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. That's how the manuscript came to be Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. I swear to God I am not finishing the stream until somebody dies. Or I set it to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that it does. It's treating you like a child. I mean, it's mean, it's what it is, keeping secrets like that. Sure, Mr. Holmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? He said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it. I'm sure he must have had a very good reason. I think so too. Oh, you're too trusting with your own good. But I can't pull over the wool over my eyes. Holmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? You're lying to me. Okay, I'm feeling better now. No. I realize that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. I'm just a little orphan. No one's had nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born. Not even our mums. The older ones look after the little ones after to make sure they get by. That's why you're a pickpocket. No, that's not why I'm a pick... What the fuck? Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift someone's pompous idiot's purse. Me when stealing. I love pilfer. And that's how we all fall to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. You're not Robin Hood. I do think about it sometimes. What I'd like to be when I have parents, I mean. I always thought it might make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Ah! Ah, my water! Ah! Oh, oh, cap's on. Okay, good. Sorry. Cap's on. Cap's on. Everyone had him. You don't want to feel like always wanting to meet him. It's true. Ah! I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Your father's dead. No. Just like Christian Cage would say, your father's dead. Because he popped that mental script or whatever, right? Load of rubbish. Oh my? What would you think that, Gina? Sorry, old Windibank storm room. Okay, there's no way from halfway around the world. In other words, you know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ah! God, I'm terrible. I'm worse than that. Believe me. Fat-faced liars, a lot of them. Can't just realize it yet. I'm telling you, that mental script ain't at Wendy's Banks.
I'll tell you you had a book. As you think about justice, I don't. That's old to the liar like the rest of them.
I'm honest. I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean it like he sold it. I don't think that he sold it. Yeah, sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be so hard on yourself, Iris. Did someone die? Can someone... Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. Hey, please don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Bye. Good night, Gina. Brr. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning, I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Zeus. Good night then. Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks like an adult. Deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. Can't be a mere coincidence. Something deeper going on. Among Us. And when I woke up, the house is on fire. Ooh. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Holmes. S. Holmes. What's going on here? In the middle of the night? It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina. She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Oh, she's an independent young woman and she don't need no man. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. Speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl's gone home. I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. You'll indulge me. Look out of the window. Yeah, dear fellow. What's this about? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibanks. Oh no, he killed himself. No, we gotta get down there. That story was really an old Windibank storeroom. There's someone halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. The China have gone. Seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Oh no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once! Excelsior! Mr. Sato! Excel Saga! Let's go! Door to Windibanks. It's open! The lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come. There's not a moment to lose. Excelsior! Clearly something's afoot inside. Hello there, true believers. It's me, Stan Lee. Oh, there's no one here. Oh, yes. There is. Ah, fuck. What? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Mr. Sholmes been shot? Question mark, exclamation point. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Carry your little lawyer ass down the street and catch them! Blast! Gadzooks! I've lost them. Hello, hello, what are we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shotted. Shot? Rebel. With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibanks.
Holmes-san! なるほど様。大丈夫ですか？
僕は大丈夫だ。心配ない。それよりも
Where's all the blood? Where's all the blood?
あの扉の向こうだ。早く。
Oh, he finally did it. I knew he would do it. No, not Rick Harrison, and this is his pawn shop. Oh no. Oh. You'll never know what's walking through the door. It was death. It was death. All right, time for the next part of the investigation. We're still not done with investigating yet. Bang! Ah! I'll be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go. Ike! Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! This is exactly what happened. It's Gina, and she has a gun. That moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigations of the scene, and the questioning. It's just before dawn, before I was allowed to go back to my lodgings at 2221B. She stole the biggest thing. She stole a life. Oh, Iris. Where? Telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. Simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Early and Kitty were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened? Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, isn't it? Hasn't it? Yes. Sorry to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. Ah! He was shot. We discovered in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. I knew something must have happened in there. We entered Windibank's in the small hours. We disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away because I suck. It was one of them who shot Mr. Old Windibank, I suppose. I don't know, but it's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as the prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny! But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know, but none of us think she did it. Why did they arrested her? That's not the... I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. There's nothing I could do. Where's Hurley then? There's something in... Is he still investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good of him to miss meals.
You got fucking shot.
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning because they say to hospital instead of to the hospital, and it pisses me off every fucking time. What? Well, when we entered Windibank's, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot in it? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he?
Which hospital?
He's at St. Sinner's. I get it. They're tending to him there. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't come.
Why not?
That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? You're gonna play Operation without me? But how is he gonna get rid of his tennis elbow? It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed him, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze because I'm a pussy. After them. Oh. After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I should have hesitated. I suck. Oh, I suck. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I suck. I let him get away because I suck so much. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, have you seen which way they went and chased after them? Might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris, small child. Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway. They weren't questioning me for long. Mrs. Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes. They didn't get started until later. See. Besides, one of us has to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed with me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. That's not fair. What about the two thugs who were at the scene? Weren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead yet. No. This is also horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. He wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! According to the detective who investigated afterwards. Don't tell me there was no one else in the room. Yes, exactly. How did you know? The only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that? Well,
I'll kill you.
what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. Not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. Or how much I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action, and you're looking like a big nerd right now. Action. Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner than later. This is where it happened then. Last night. That's right. Two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. No sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oh, I've heard that. Oh, Inspector, good morning.
I suppose I thank you for all your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let two rogues get away, mind.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra men to beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Harry's been injured because there isn't enough police on duty.
Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and he was the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Bruno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. I am a simp for this 10-year-old. Don't think about it. The head in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Would you like a Capri Sun? Or perhaps an apple juice? Perhaps you would like some juice? A nice, refreshing fruit juice.
Why are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. It's full of
heroin. Glug, 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 glug. Glug, glug. Ah, that's some good shit.
I don't even recognize him like this. He's too much of a simp. Oh, how is the investigation going along, Inspector?
Nothing to it, really. Really simple case this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina, you're going to charge her?
That's right. We'll be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish to oblige you, I'm afraid.
I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke into here last night, have you?
Why,
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. The rest of the 2 men shot Mr. Holmes, have you?
Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. I sure love fishes and chips.
Can you tell us anything of Mr. Holmes? What's his condition?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Liberty. Scotland Yards are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh!
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood, which you didn't see on the fucking animated cutscene. Like there was no blood on his fucking coat. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes isn't human like the rest of us, you know. He's a homunculus. Didn't you know that? He's having emergency surgery right now. We gotta stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better? Oh, of course, your ladyship. She'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course. Oh, yes. Because Mr. Holmes is such a great detective. That's why. I pray for the doctors he has a better grasp of what he's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Well, are you a fucking 10-year-old? Watch the sauce, sonny. And I'm a copper. We don't go in with our favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. Because of those adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes. Because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember really. It's one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson's the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what the line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They all read the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes would have changed his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say, he's getting quite overrated these days. Think of what happened to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. But this would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle some of your nerves. Animation of me drinking tea. Delicious. Total. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it till now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. About that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. I keep... fuck. Nope, not anymore. She's had to head off. Head off? Where? Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that.
The whipstocks took her in their yard carriage after we finished questioning her. Asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go meet her there. Had a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to meet Lord Chief Justice? Didn't tell me. I'd better head to the Lord Chief Justice's office's adventures right away. He sure loves fishes and chips. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take it seriously, can you? Maybe he thinks the same about you. Everything's clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for return to your homeland. Wait, but what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! Ah! Birds. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this about? Why are you talking about Mrs. Sato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jenny's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Sato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it is. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba. I may... Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikoto. Okay, yeah. Received international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. Seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent for Liz to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Jean has been charged? She'll have to appear in court. Yeah, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial is already set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina,
Ah, the Strad girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes? An all too transpicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. Not wasting time. Jenny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Miss Lord Strongheart. In deference of your fine service to date, I shall overlook the young girl's insolence. I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now. Eh. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford time to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters in which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely into my next meeting. You must excuse me." There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is Mrs. Strahd's trial. I wonder if you might permit you to defend her? A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yeah, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government presides for those too poor to afford representation without public defender. The accused only signed the relevant paperwork, and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? Question you too well directed, Mrs. Strahd. You'll find her at your local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Being charged with murder. Thought us not about to leave. Me, barbecue sauce on my titties. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris, we must make haste. Excelsior! But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. That's a very pensive look. I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can. As a lawyer. Early! Oh! Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen. Oh, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in bed by the window, didn't she? Did he jump through the fucking window? I know what's probably happened. He was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. No question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh dear, I do hope Mr. Sholmes will be alright. Hello, hello, what are we at? Ward's off limits, no visiting. What are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh! Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Kindly get the fuck out of here. That's how you see us, I'm sure. Where's he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It's several hours since he went in. Oh my. Has there been some kind of problem? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. No? I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Time to leave and come back later. I feel like a lot of this game's mysteries would be solved if, like, Ryunosuke just talked to the fucking client about what they saw and what happened. Because they usually aren't that like, they usually don't explain anything until, like, way later. Hello, Gina. Why do they let you have that? You're in jail. What? You still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. Why it pointed it on me all the time, though? Just ask about everything that you saw and heard at the time of when it happened to your lawyer that's defending you from dying in court. Ginny, I have feelings because of us that you ended up in trouble. You were thinking they might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard? Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Dun, 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 dun. Honesty. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's titties when they're walking down the street. So I get by. That's Edge. Edge, the wrestler. I saw me chance I sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just want to see what we can lay me hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be at court tomorrow, they say. The Cove came by and said they'd be a lawyer for me and the like, that it was my right or something. I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. You couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried. Why are you being like this? You're literally, they're going to kill you. Ouch. That is one stern look Susanoo-san is giving Gina. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it always been for me growing up in the back slums. My whole life. Do what the grown-ups tell you. You get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. It sold out and nearly snaffled in the back of it. You can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to the grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you'd like, in tomorrow's trial, I could... Forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Rudo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
I can't do the accent. I have a sore throat. Tell us what happened, Gina. Last night at the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured you paid me. So I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. And the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. I'm still sick, you know. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Like, you want to see how sick I am? La 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 la! Ah! Ah! Mm. Ah, fuck. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work. And half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say could make the blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You don't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. But what do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? I don't care that you broke your elbow. Oh. What do you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Picture of a... Oh, it's a kitty. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of his coat. It ain't the point of me having it. I wonder what little photograph like that. Look at this photograph. Have you looked at the back of the picture? Have you looked at the back of it? Because that usually causes like a clue thing to happen. Oh, Jenny. Kitty cat, meow. Gina. Hold on, I gotta look at this picture of a kitty cat. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I told you. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13 February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption date, 13 April, 9 p.m. This photographic print is a redemption ticket. For an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus, it would seem. Yes, a small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos. I can't help wondering. Presumably, Mr. McGill never redeemed the article in question since he fucking died. Isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. It's something Mr. McGilda deposited. We need to investigate. You roasted. Look at this cat. This is an adorable little cat. He looks like Wagahai. We thought the cats like to curl up inside under the heated Kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different because we don't have Kotatsu blankets. We just have British. Okay. Tina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. There you go. I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Boom, roasted. No. I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Oh, I'm like super miserable now that you brought it up. It reminds me of the fucking Liddy show clip of like, I'm about to say something that you've never heard before in your life. Hey, go. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put your faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Fuck you! No. Yeah, that's right, I can't. Purple bugle alarm. Purple bugle alarm. Goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you, you stupid cunt. What? It's my fault? Yes. Bitch. No. Before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Bitch! No. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What is that? Told us that everyone lies. So prove it. Admitting one of your own fucking lies, bitch. What about you said before, Ginny? You said that something about unforgivable lies. Bitch. No, you can't say that. You're too young. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. My last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very much on Gina's mind. Gina, bitch, Lestrade. I could be wrong, but... Is it something to do with that happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. Ah! That mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Can you tell us about it now, bitch? Do we have to re-solve the third case? Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. Based on your testimony, Miss McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing, and then... Ow, my ass! I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGill discovered you. Hey! He pulled me out from another seat and sat me next to the dead man. I weren't much like to see by, but when I looked and see my hands, I was covered in blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, Gina that witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGill started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard. And about what he's going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the coppers showed up. Tina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh my god! Said McGilden made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilden above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but... That's when I out of the cove, hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, so you couldn't help it. McGilden heard that and dragged me out of by my arm. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer about what I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? What do you mean? Yeah, that's it. The one that the D took off me at Whittybanks. The music box disc was there on the floor at the omnibus? Not for long. McGill had spotted it right away. He picked it up in Spanish and stuffed it inside his pocket. That disc. In the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me. I wouldn't mutter a word to it of no one. It was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was Mr. McGilden getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I would have definitely made out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely there was Mr. McGilden and the victim. Thrice-fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilden claimed he slept during the carriage ride. What? In your own testimony, Gina supported this. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels were too loud. The horses were going, horse, 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 horse! And the wheels were going, wheel, wheel, wheel! I couldn't hear anything. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. Mr. McGilden was lying, as I expected. And the omnibus was going, omnibus, omnibus, omnibus. Why do we live in a world where everybody talks? All the inanimate objects talk. The candle's probably candling over there. I knew it was going to be long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Blamp, 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 blamp. You were quite white. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. And when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me to hide on the back seat again. The fire that killed Mr. McGilden was like, fire, 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 DJ. The 2 cows from the top ran off to get the coppers. And Mr. McGilden was like, I'm fucking dying. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, Mr. McGilden asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take that coat of mine and deposit it with the nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. Hey, I'll give you me 10 guineas. Nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you've got it. It was Windybanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilden opened the box under the seat and let me out of there, but not without conditions. You see, what were Mr. McGilden's conditions then? Letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This was the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me. Some small change in his head. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you say anything at all? At all? Yes, you asked him to pop your weasel, right? Aye. He's been taking over me overcoat to deposit with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. You understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. After I burn to death in an omnibus. You're to hang on to it till then, is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windybank so it is, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. And if you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend will come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. We understand each other, lass. Don't try anything funny now. Here go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. 2 days from now we'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. Coppers? Aye. They come asking me to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. Well, let's have a wee chat about that now, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it you might won't? Stop doing the ellipses now. I didn't even know he knew I was doing ellipses. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it as far away as I could. He had the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. McGilden planned it. He coerced Gina into giving false testimony. What about the guy who got fucking shot? What happened to that guy? I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. That big old courtroom. I told some corkers. Thing is, he said he would make it so he couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. I'm so glad he burned to death. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. You know, he had no to look after us. We was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. You mean Mr. McGilden would have... In an heartbeat, he would have chased us out here if he wanted. We could agree you've gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina. Telling us everything. What? I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? You don't actually want me to represent you in court. You can rip it up later. We need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? Scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Oh, he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. What you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, ain't that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course! I have these representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. Poor Jenny, she seems so lonely. He and his representation papers have been entered into the court record. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Jenny when we're done here. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now that means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Okay, I'm gonna see where I am. Okay, let me check. Save again. Okay, part 4 of the investigation. Part 4. Okay, it looks like... Yeah, it's an Oh, so I guess I guess parts 1 through 4 are the investigations, and then parts 5 through 8 are probably all the trial. Okay, awesome. I want to see, so I have a guide that doesn't actually say how long, like what happens and everything, but it tells you how long each part is. So it looks like this part is another hour and a half. Well, for balance sake, I guess I could probably try. I'm starting to lose my voice though, but it'll mess up the it'll mess up like the pacing of this if I don't finish this part, so I'm gonna do it. Gotta thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What's it now? You should all go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! Oh! I don't believe it. How in the devil did you get your stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Let's see now. Yes, yes! I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened, although through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case that the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. What I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then. Let's not waste any time. Alright, let's move to the... Alright, examine stuff. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. It was animated. That bullet hole looks fake. What the fuck? Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused legal's representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there's clues in there, I'll find them. There's the article ledger here and Mr. Windibank's notes and... Huh? What's this? It looks as though someone left a little picture of a cat behind. Look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie. Show us. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat, in fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilded. We never expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Means Mr. Windibank used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand. Gibby, this photograph of a cat. Looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting something that he gave us that. I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get that kitty out. All right. It's Hog's turn. Cat, kitty, cat. Kitty, cat. Look at the cat. I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. It's a stereoscope. It's a stereoscope. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. One we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between the two identical prints? Do these pictures of cats being a stereograph, like, fucking matter at any point in this case? Look carefully. Two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. You see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. Very subtle, though. What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. They're a stereograph. They're photographs. It's meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel though I've heard that word before recently? Oh yes! That's because Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. Stereoscope. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even without one of those contraptions. It's because you have the Nintendo 3DS. You know of a pair of flat photographic prints that appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. We let her explain, though. We really need to get on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Oh my god. Have you ever considered how our eyes see in depth the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. The reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. You try closing just one at a time. I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, what you see with your right eye, you're flashing, are ever so slightly different. Yet you get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of the object seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that to shift the estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. Ah, my brain is amazing. It does so much without telling me. I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so smart. Wow. Well, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in those prints? Yes, you're beginning to understand. Stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that? Why are we explaining how a fucking stereoscope works? Yes, as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain. You can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Wow. Gasp. You can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Sato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me. See if you can copy. Okay. I don't need context. I don't need... I don't need context. Now it's your turn, Bruno. The Nintendo 3DS. Wow. Oh yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, it works. I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I can look at it all day. I would advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Bruno. These stereoscopic prints then, Bruno. They're certainly amazing. It wouldn't be easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist. There are people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. Saw it on over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, and then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back, and... It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Why are we looking at a picture of a cat? I don't know. London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You find out one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, well, there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I've never even heard of them until yesterday. Certainly learned a lot about stereographic pictures, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this one in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? Little John! East Side Boys! What? ATL! Dallas, Texas! Beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in here are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Horace Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Winnebank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Yeah, because he was busy shooting himself. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes would like to practice his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all in there, the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? He doesn't do it often. Quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. That around the bullet hole. It blood? Suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! That may be well to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all in different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Duck. Dankenrappa beam. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. Yes, aliens. I knew it. I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes. How wonderful. The chemical of fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. You can identify whose blood is it that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Jenny would say it's blatant great. So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, what the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. Or like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could turn out to be a very valuable clue. Woohoo. We must take a note of it in the court record. Let's keep testing and adding the results to any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Does that mean when I... Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case... Yes, we need Iris! We should show this to her before we forget. White cat photograph number 2. Information has been updated. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Ice is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windabank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? Took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. You weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reinsurance may go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. We have to investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. Inquire to how Mr. Shulm's operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Ha! You have eyes, don't you? Use them. What does it look like? Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? Oh, Gregsy, what do you have to make of this whole crime scene here? Oh, yes, your ladyship, allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard's police attended the scene. The one and only the only door to this storeroom was found locked in from the inside. Locked from the inside. Lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Oh, as you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor. Thuswise, next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
You talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Mrs. Strayed, hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
Still alive, you know.
Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom? You say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. Something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. And that's when we all had ice cream. Obviously, my personal opinion is all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Hexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Has the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it!
Yes, ma'am. Use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Whereas the whole body insensitive.
Whole body anesthetized? That even possible? Yes, it is.
Means the operation can be completed while the patient's fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire Japan, we just managed to buy laughing gas for tooth extraction.
Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. Now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my!
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes round again.
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I'll get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Lisa marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Or Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Besides all the times he threatened to kill himself, that was weird.
Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
It must be his blood, then. Ah! I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie.
I'm ready for action.
Now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts to Mr. Windibank's blood. It doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's just add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. Revolver. A real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. Guns aren't made of flesh, they're metal. Oh. Had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with us yesterday, didn't we? I have to take my own life. Yeah, he was a fucking psycho with that. It must be the same gun. Last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Yeah, well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. I'm fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Bicycle! Of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Sure, that's not what all this... You must check inside the box at once. Yes. It was in there. Iris's story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley, they said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Look at all these articles have been deposited. The room is just stuffed full of them. Look how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even an enormous painting. Look! Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. Very peaceful of the atmosphere in here. At least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen that have been shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, Sunshine. I gotta figure out what to do now. Okay, I could present this to her. That looks like blood. I'd say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Bruno. Colors. Purple? Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before. Isn't it? So they must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Did you know whose blood this is? How could I? We don't have a known sample of the same color. About that, it's impossible to know. Oh, how very vexing. I wonder. What? Well, if it's true that the color doesn't help us, what's not considering how the mark came in to be there in the first place? We have a video about that. Mightn't you, Runo? If you keep staring at me like that, no. Let's try that again, shall we? I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think this belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... Mr. McGilded? Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. But don't you think you mean that during the incident on the omnibus? Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and has no small amount of blood. Must have been resulted from a very serious accident, as he must have stayed on the omnibus. Fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now in that case. Of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. That would mean this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. He had brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday, suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. Clear blood from the time Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleed from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. It does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. We know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. Which we can conclude, any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo! You sound like Mr. Holmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Very well. Let's make a note of this. What do you make of this? Ah, what have we here then? Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote on the ticket of whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilda's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to. Yeah, I got stuck, so I had to figure out what to do next. So apparently you're supposed to show him this ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. What's this all about, then? Am I being so bold to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? Is it Mr. McGilda, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibank's. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. It is one in the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat. You mean to tell me... Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. I would have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I could see it written here. A small box, was it? You have any idea where it is? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilda. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. Not too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking. There's no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. With this ticket, the redemption's deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been McGilda's. That information's not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. How very sensible of you, I'm sure. Getting old. Dong! 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 Ah! They jumped out of my skin there. Okay, Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap. I doubt he set to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Trials tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. You may have changed her mind. You remember, Runo? I told her you could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Gina, good, you're back. Huh? Police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, it didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It means we were able to investigate at Winterbanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? Never been so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not... You know, we came to ask for your final decision. And what decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I'll submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. We lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what she feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Ah. All right now. Okay, I'm back. Man, being sick really dries you out. Oh, all right then. Why me give it a rest with them eyes, Iris? Oh, come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. Don't know yet, Gina. Mr. Naruhodo, all of us know that you're innocent of this crime. We haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is. There are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Winterbanks that night. I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. I thrust it in Gina's face, but I presented it to her calmly, I suppose. Here, Gina, look at this. No tie. I wasn't saying you could have it. Oh, weren't you? Because I can't have stuff that makes me want it, see? Well, that's good then. Seriously, the storeroom at Winterbanks shows us no sign of it being ransacked for items of value and the like. Can I examine this? One exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? Broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. The real reason you broke into the storeroom that night, wasn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Penny, grab him up and chuck him, would you? Them representation peppers or whatever they're called. Still ain't fancy enough to have a bin. What will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, I don't matter. It don't matter. What's gonna happen's gonna happen. This one stubborn pickpocket. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, gotta be worth a few pieces of silver, right? Yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? But you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny. How could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mental script or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. Iris' sake. Isn't that right? Ah! We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Oh, Jenny, that was so sweet of you. All right, all right. I'll tell you why I did it. Stop looking at me like that, Iris. Weren't because of Iris. That was not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. Want to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? He really deposited the manuscript at Windibank's? Like I told you the night before, I never had a father. But Iris' thought ain't like mine. She's got her dad, when she can't see him. And then I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. That's about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, such as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah? You're so thoughtful and kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought it any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense in the air. I hate it. I don't trust no one, alright? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scapper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. There's some very suspicious red stains. Why are you looking at me like that? We're presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. Could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Oh, fuck, it's purple. Wait. Oh, shit, it's purple. Oh, my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat's covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't been seeing them until now. Blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. At the purple blood. Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. But what are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. You see, Omnibus case is finally solved. It's about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Can someone tell you what's going on? I'm telling half the story. Now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilden's overcoat. In the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said in his testimony, I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. Look at this overcoat now, it's clear. The stains could have been risen from Mr. McGilden trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really happened, the blood would have splashed all over the front of the coat. No explanation for this pattern of blood. It splattered all over Mr. McGilden's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. True culprit in that case. Mr. Mason's killer. Magnus McGilden. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. He used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Did you believe him, though? Do you believe Mr. McGilden was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. When we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. I mean, Kazuma-sama? What's funny, Gina? Oh, sounds like in this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've at it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd ask you to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip him up and chuck him away. Really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants all in all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me and that child 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you could believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes from whether or not I could feel I could trust Gina after everything that's happened. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you at tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? More. I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and I got you all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people who would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? Do that, I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. I promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? And it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparation for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are... I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Gina's taken herself off the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. It turned out to be all right in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is at the height of a cowardice. Susato. Somebody's there in the shadows. I could sense it. Somebody wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone's being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Oh, Jimmy, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave. You know, it is after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. You're a small boat. Ha ha, toodaloo, cheerio. All the best, bye and bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. Terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with. Sharpish. Lord Strongheart will... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Grexy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please. My pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries. Not one of them sounded sincere. Rexy's so funny. He says such silly things. Really entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. Let's attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thanks, Miss Usato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. Your investigation came to an end. Usato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Usato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I hope you're not too exhausted. How about you, Susato-san? It's been very trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. On the back of the news that her father's fallen ill. Then she was returned to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. Wonder why it is. So many thoughts rage in my head as like a storm. And yet I seem so unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. Just 2 months since we arrived in London. We managed to establish this office. It's finally feeling as though we're settling in. I'd be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. Just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know I've only been here for a short time, but In my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learnt something. What would that be? Seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what's illuminated is only a part of the whole story. It lies in the shadows. What do the facets we cannot see look like? So we have some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. Oh, that's so true. And I feel as though I'm blind to so much. I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear. So the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. Amazing to think that it's been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? You're so much taller. Oh no, it's nothing, unimportant. You know what time you'll leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. Oh my god! I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? You realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. A very important day ahead of you tomorrow. In his trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. Let's get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. Please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? My notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The Gilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winnebank's murder, which Jean is accused, very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not completely apparent. I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything she's had to think about. Yeah, she has the script. Sato-san still managed to do this, and neatly laid it out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it'll bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Sato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, that's extremely flattering. I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I'm just mumbling to myself. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Sato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Ah! Bitch! What was that? Secret technique of mine. The Susato shut down. Shut down? Please, I implore you. We have to voice our goodbyes. I hope you to hold my tears back. Bitch through me one more fucking time. God damn it. Sato-san. Small hours of St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure's been mine. I bid you farewell. And Godspeed! You're going to space. My dear madam. Okay, throw him. Oh, coward. Okay. You should have thrown him. You threw me. I'm so fucking tired. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, tomorrow is going to be the trial. I've decided it's tomorrow. Okay, bye. Thanks for watching. I'm losing my voice. Ah.